So how, oh, okay. What's that? Let's see, before I drove. Um, Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us today for our third day. See some familiar faces back here and some new faces as well. Welcome, everybody. Once again, my name is Jacob Smith. On Tuesday, we had Dan Level, and so all of my guests know you are being recorded, so just so you know, audio and visual. Today, Tuesday was Korea, yesterday was Vietnam, today is modern veterans. And really modern veterans are more defined as post 9/11 and onward, but because of some scheduling issues and how everything needed to work, Ryan Murphy here kind of has a foot in both of those worlds. He is our, I think you're our only Marine of the week. So, yeah, so. Okay. We could only handle one, right? Could only handle one. And so he's going to also kind of be giving a perspective of what service was like prior to 9/11. And then tomorrow we have Kimberly Hazelgrove, which is in the back today, just kind of visiting. She will be talking about her service and also what it is to be a Gold Star widow. And we'll have Ken Lane here tomorrow as well to also talk about pre-9/11 military. So we're going to set it up just like we have in the past with what identification, why they went in, what they did when they were in, and then their life afterwards. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce the panel. To my right, you have Ryan Murphy, Marine Corps vet, and he served in the Marine Corps from
1994 until 2004.
2004. Sarah Markle, which happens to also be my boss, so make sure you give her good feedback. So Sarah, it was in the Air Force. You want to?
From 2000 till 2020.
And Max Upton, who is my Army support with Miss Hazelgrove in the back, in case the Marine gets out of line. Max?
2008 to 2014. What do you mean if the Marine gets out of line?
Yeah, right.
So when?
Right. So with that being said, what I want to start off with is, can you tell us, and this question is for all of you, can you tell us about why you went into the military, what you were hoping to get out of it, and what your thoughts were going in?
Sure. So I entered the military August of 1994. One of my main motivations was for my grandfather. His name is Finley Murphy. He actually lived in Michigan, unfortunately. unfortunately, but he served in 2 different wars and 2 different services. So he was in the Army during World War II. He was in the Korean War in the Air Force. So he was the only one at the time to serve with 2 different branches, 2 different battles, or 2 different wars. And I wanted to be the second. So he was my main motivation for joining in the Marine Corps. And then when I got out of the Marine Corps in 2004, I ended up joining the Air Force in 2006 and served until 2009. So I have 2 different branches myself. The second part is I was 17 at the time, and it was still early, kind of mid-90s. I didn't have a true sense of direction at that point, and so I wanted to join the Marine Corps. First of all, their uniforms are the best, and I wanted to be a part of that, but also the structure that I read about, the discipline that I read about, and it actually helped me along the career path right now. Want me to expound more?
No, that's good.
Okay. All right.
Mrs. Markle?
So I actually joined the Ohio Air National Guard a month before I graduated high school. My dad was active duty Air Force, then he Palace Chased, went Air National Guard, and I'm like, hey, great way to pay for college, right? September 11th happened the day before my first day of college. So life went a little different than I expected, but it all turned out good. I ended up having to drop out of school and do some things for my country, but I don't regret any of that, and we ended up staying anyway, so it's a good time.
Max, what do you got for us?
I was, so there's this space between like 18 and 22 that's kind of like, I think my parents probably refer to it as like the dark ages for me. And so I was kind of meandering around without much direction, and figured, what the heck, I'll join the Army and you know, see where it takes me. And so that's kind of really was just almost a lost soul looking for a purpose, and that's why I joined the Army.
So when you went into, we've talked about what branch you went in. What was your job? And if you deployed, what did you do? And what's some of the memories that really stick out to you? Ryan, you want to go first?
Sure. When I was starting in 1994, it was relative peacetime. We were kind of post Desert Storm at that point. So I didn't have to serve in any type of battles or wars or anything like that. But my main job was administration in the Marine Corps. And then when I served in the Air Force, I was a command post controller. So it was different areas, but still the service was important to me. And so those were my 2 main areas there.
Sarah.
So when I joined, services had a sign-on bonus for $8 grand. So I'm like, let's do that, because it's $8,000 and it's a really short tech school, so I can get through basic and tech school real quick. Services was food, fitness, lodging, mortuary, and recreation. So I tell people I could cook you a 4-course meal and toe tag you, body bag you, and send you home. So that is actually what I did in the Middle East, the cooking part, no toe tagging. Cooked on the flight line for the pilots, 6 days a week, 12+ hours a day shifts in 150-degree heat. Fondest memories, being chased by a camel spider and running for my life. I was like 19, you guys. I was like, this is not the environment for me. So, but it was a good time.
Real quick, is there a video of you being chased by a camel spider? Because
No, but I ran into that kitchen very quickly and slammed the door.
Okay, well,
We
that's
did
a
not go
shame, 'cause
outside anymore.
That would be interesting. Max?
So I was what's referred to as an automated logistics sergeant, automated logistics specialist. I was deployed in 2011 to Afghanistan, where I controlled if it shot, if it was a gun, a weapon, a sight, if it had wheels or a track. I was in charge of making sure that it had everything it needed to continue to be operational. We were about 98% mission capable. It means over 600 pieces of equipment were available 98% of the time. Favorite memory? I mean, there's just my favorite memory. I can't think of one, but my favorite memory is just the guys that I was with. Is my favorite memory. I just saw something on Facebook the other day. One of my warrant officer's sons popped up as someone I might know, and then it prompted me to text him and say, hey, how are you? Because he's kind of was like a father figure to me. So my favorite memory, I can't really single it out, but really and truly, when I think about it, I think of the folks that I was there with is really what I look back on with a great deal of pride.
So I want to get into sort of a detailed question with Ryan. For those of you that were here on Monday, Mr. Level talked about some of the issues that he had while he was in the military based on being an African American. And one of the things that I wanted to kind of show or find out, I should say, is what because Dan was in 52 to 56, Ryan was in 94 to 98, so we have approximately 40 years between Dan and Ryan. So I wanted to see, did you experience any type of specific discrimination? If you did, what was that perceived as? How did it go? If not, why do you think that is?
I can probably answer the last question first. Is why is because from the 50s or the 40s, we have positively progressed as a nation. When I was going into basic training, first of all, my family is multicultural to begin with, so the whole thing as far as learning other cultures wasn't as serious as far as receiving any type of backlash or challenges. So when I entered the military, it even enhanced it. There were people of different cultures, different religious backgrounds, different beliefs, but I didn't experience any of the events that other military members have experienced. We actually didn't have the political issues, a lot of things that are going on today where things are divided and things like that. We were all as one. I mean, one barracks, one bunker, one unit. I didn't experience that. So, but I know a lot of people who were before me did, and so they would tell me their experience, but me personally, I did not.
So, Sarah is our first female veteran here this week. Kimberly will be our second tomorrow. Is there any special challenges or anything that you experienced as a female in the military that you would like to talk about?
As far as rank progression and stuff like that, no. As far as being a female in the military and the ratio of men to women, it is difficult. The attention, the negative attention, that was always difficult. And I know it's still difficult for some women today. I'm not going to go too deep into that, but 12 to 1 ratio of men to women in the desert. Hey, I can snap my fingers and get anything I want in a suitcase moved, but the attention or the expectations that came with asking a man for help with something were pretty negative.
And Max, when you served in Afghanistan, when I served in Iraq, it was I was artillery, so it was 100% male.
Mm-hmm.
What were your experiences? Did you serve with females?
Two. Out of 100.
Two, yeah. And that's
Plus or
about the only 2 females that I worked with on any regularity
Mm-hmm.
were military intelligence,
Mm-hmm.
and one was exceptionally good and the other was a problem. But today I think we're seeing more integration of females into what was male-only roles. So I was an artilleryman. There were no female artillerymen.
Artillery women.
We're persons now. I don't know what you would call it, right? But the infantry, you can now be a female and be in the infantry. So Sarah, what's your thoughts about women being in combat roles?
I have no problem with it. You guys can hate me. I think the draft needs to come back for women. If you truly want equality, and the military is, to me, the one place where everybody actually is equal. It's equal pay. It's not your skin color. It's not your sex. Everybody is the same. It's your rank, right? We all get paid the same, so why? I don't know.
Yeah.
So Jacob, if I could, so the one woman that I had non-commissioned officer in the administrative role. She was in the personnel shop. The other lady, so for context, I was in 2011, 2012. If you kind of remember, think back, that was when the Obama administration was beginning to kind of pull back on the initial surge into Afghanistan from when he first took office. So we were supposed to deploy with about a strength of 550, and there was a lot of consternation. We ended up deploying with about 400 troops. So it means we kind of all got rearranged and kind of put into roles. And so there was another young lady who was a private first class at the time. She was a fueler by trade. She was a gunner. So she was basically infantry before they were allowed. So she went on more missions, kind of what they call outside the wire, than 90% of the folks in the theater did in our particular element. So it just goes to that adage. It's like you're an infantryman first before you do anything else. And I know Marines, it's what, a rifleman first, right?
Yes.
0311?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Or anything else.
And something I want to touch on what Sarah said about the draft. So I got a question yesterday whether the draft is still around. And the answer is yes, it is. All males age 18 and older have to register. Now in the state of Ohio, if you engage a young man and you go, hey, did you sign up for the draft? And he said, no, I'm not doing that. Can I see your driver's license real quick? Oh yeah, I got a driver's license. In the state of Ohio, if a young man has a driver's license, guess what? He signed up for the draft. It's an automatic register when you get it. Women still are not eligible for the draft. There is one exception to that, and that is if you have a profession which is needed, and you're trained to do that profession, you can be drafted. And mainly this is medical. So a nurse. I have a sister that's 22 years old. She'll be a nurse next year. She'll be an RN. So if a war came and there was a massive need for nurses, she could be drafted based on her job, but not actually ever put into a combat role. She could only be used as a nurse, period, stop, end sentence. Same with doctors and that type of thing. But that applies to male doctors as well. So they could be drafted as a doctor, but they'd have to stay in that role as a doctor. So I want to talk a little bit, now that we know what you did, where you served, and what some of your experiences were, I'd like to talk about what your experiences were. You're an airman, soldier, Marine today, and tomorrow you're now a civilian. What was that transition like immediately going from military, yes ma'am, yes sir, to being a civilian?
So for me, it was in the reverse from being a civilian going into boot camp. Total culture shock, didn't know anything about basic training, haven't really traveled far from Ohio. All of a sudden I'm in Parris Island. Same thing when I left California where I was stationed. You go from that, being there for 3+ years, then all of a sudden you go again from yes ma'am, no sir, you have a barracks, you eat at a certain time, to now you're at home, you're on your own. I mean, thankfully at the time the economy was okay, I was able to find employment a few days later, but at the same time the transition was hard because I felt at the time the military, they gave you certain information about transitioning home, but not the vitals, in my opinion. I mean, some of the things as far as having access to certain things, I mean, granted, Lorain County looked a lot different back in the 90s. I mean, VA wasn't closed, you know, Veteran Service Commission wasn't closed, but a lot of times, a lot of our service members like myself get the paperwork and it's like, okay, have a good life, you know, kind of see you later type of deal. So it was tough the first few months to kind of transition because now you're doing things on your own. You have to remember your pretty much your training and how you were disciplined in the beginning to kind of carry you forward.
Sarah.
So mine was a little different because I told you guys I was the Air National Guard, right? Weekend warrior, that's where they tricked you. So I feel like the Air Guard used to be the whole like tornado response thing, but it was more than one time I was on active duty. But I still had a civilian life at the same time, right? So I was still working Monday through Friday job, Saturday and Sunday at my base, and then guess what? Back to work on Monday. So there'd be times I'd work 12, 13 days in a row before I got a day off. So juggling the civilian and military life at the same time is actually a lot more difficult than maybe just being active duty. My biggest challenge was I was unemployed for 3 months, and I mean, I tell you guys, I never had a problem finding a job. I go to an interview, get a call the next day, you're hired. But during wartime, during Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom, when I was looking for a job, since the Air National Guard and the reserves took on such a different role in the global war on terror, I think I was convinced that I was not getting called because Air National Guard was on my resume. Because that employer was going to look at that and go, oh, what if she gets called up and has to go away for 6 months? It was very, very difficult.
I want a 6-month deployment.
I know, right? 90 days,
I'll let
45.
Nicole know.
Right.
I'll let Nicole know. Before we go into
Yeah,
next,
yep.
is there any way, what was your, because you were activated for 6 months.
I was activated for Operation Enduring Freedom for
Yeah.
94 days exactly.
Okay.
That's what I served over there.
Okay.
Then 6 months after I came home, they called me and they're like, you're going to Turkey for a year. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm going to school. Stop this. We ended up not going to Turkey, but then I was activated for home stations for Operation Iraqi Freedom, and I had to drop out of school again and work at my base.
So you were, is there anything we can do about that? Oh, he's working on it, okay. So you were activated for 94 days, and then you were activated for 6 months at home.
Mm-hmm.
So you were essentially living at home, but putting on an Air Force uniform every day and going in. So what was your job like? What was your civilian job at the time? And was there any like bleed or crossover, like your employer saying, hey, when are you coming back? You know, is there something you can help us out with this?
Fortunately, at that time, I was in school, and my GI Bill and my kicker kind of paid for what I needed, rent and stuff-wise. So
Yeah.
I worked at like a little part-time job at a drive-through.
Okay.
It wasn't too.
Okay.
I just quit it.
Did you? Yeah.
But, you know, when I got a real job, when I got my big kid job at 24 and started working at the bank, that was a little more.
That was a little bit more stressful.
But my employer was always great. Like, if I handed them orders saying I'm going away for 6 weeks, 12 weeks, they were okay with it.
What was it like coming back to your big kid job after being in the Air Force for a while?
Or just dealing with people?
Yeah.
Well, I don't like people.
You'll find, I think, that when you're in the military, what makes it easy sometimes is you know what you're going to wear today. There's no question like, does this match? Trust me, it matches. There's a lot of the daily thinking that goes on that we do as civilians is not really part of the military mindset every day. But what is also interesting is things can kind of get done a lot easier because your name is on your uniform. Your rank is on your uniform. You know that this individual, what this individual is. And Air Force, correct me if I'm wrong, do you guys carry on your uniform what your MOS is?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so MOS is Military Occupational Specialty.
It's an AFSC in the Air Force.
AFC, okay. Well, we call it MOS in the Army. I don't know what.
That's MOS.
MOS.
That's
So
the right term.
you guys just need to get on board. But
We have our own terms.
They do.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I wanted those 90-day deployments. That would have been nice. Mine was almost 14 months.
Yeah.
So if you could imagine, I did a mission where it was our last one. We they call it left seat, right seat. When you're driving the truck, right, you're teaching the folks that are replacing you, okay, here's where this is. If this is that, that's not someone trying to shoot at you. That guy's been working on that building for 8 years, and it's only got 3 pieces of plywood hanging up, that type deal. And then after 2 weeks, you switch into the passenger seat and you critique them as they kind of ride around. And so we're on our last mission. And so if you remember a couple of years ago at the conclusion of the Afghanistan war, where the Kabul airport was being overrun, right? So that was the airport I flew out of, right? And so we took our last mission, all of our stuff. They dropped us off at that airport, and we waited for a day or two to fly back to Mississippi. And 3 weeks later, I'm on a beach in Aruba, and if you could imagine the amount of hypervigilance that your mind has when you're on alert for everything, and then you sit and you have an umbrella drink, and it was my honeymoon. We had actually gotten paper married beforehand, so if I came home in a box, at least my wife would be taken care of. By the way, that dark humor it stays with you, right? But in any event, it was just it was almost like you ever see like a still shot in like a music video where like the train's whizzing by and everything's blurry and you're just kind of sitting there staring off? That's kind of what it was like for me when I initially got home from Afghanistan. And kind of unwinding that has been, it still goes on to this day for me personally.
Yeah. There's kind of 2 questions in this section I want to address. First of all, let's talk about when we're talking to Dan and the Vietnam veterans yesterday, like, what is the lasting impact of your military experience on your life? How do you think different now that you've gone through this? Is there something you do? And Max kind of touched on it, and I kind of had the same thing for a long time in certain situations. I still do. I have to kind of look at everyone, and I sometimes mentally evaluate threats in public. But do you want to talk about how it's affected you?
Can you repeat the question one more time, because I was thinking about something?
Yeah, no. How has your experience in the military, had a more permanent effect on you going forward? The way you think, the way you would look at things, evaluate things?
Oh, so my wife, when I'm driving, right, my wife's like, "Why? Pay attention to the road." I'm looking at the culverts, I'm looking at the street, I'm looking for bombs, right? Because that just is what it is, right? Number one killer of us, particularly in Afghanistan, where we were stationed, and so there's that. But I think the more lasting impact that it has on my life, like. I'm not a big Rolling Stones fan. Is it Mick Jagger's the Rolling Stones singer? Is that correct? So I felt like Mick Jagger once in my life, right? And I'll get there. Right?
Where are you going to go with this?
Yeah, right. Rolling Stones, they were just here. But you could imagine how Mick Jagger feels when the entire stadium is electric and they're cheering. So we land in Columbus, right? And all of our family is like in the jetway. Like they have the jetway and the whole 9 yards. And when you get on the jetway to walk down, the hairs in the back of my neck are standing up, and it feels like you're walking out into a concert, and it's like a roaring crowd as you're walking through, and there's thousands of people, and you're trying to find your wife, and at that point in time, it's as if nothing I will accomplish will match that moment, right? And so I think that's a lot of times where you see substance abuse issues or depression or anxiety or PTSD, is that finding that purpose again is one of the biggest struggles, and it has been for me personally. So that's what stays with me to this day, is like continuing to like feed that or live up to something I did 12 years ago, 13 years ago now, and trying to match that moment, because you're never going to be where the bullets are flying and people are dying and
Stealing my.
Yeah, I am. But the nice thing about being there is, like, I'm in an old man baseball league, and it's bases loaded and there's 2 outs, and it's an 0-2 count. Whatever, if I strike out, no big deal. I don't care. Nothing ever is like, it's not a big deal. People are freaking out about hot weather or this or that. I'm like, you know, I'm not sleeping in a tent. No one's blowing me up on my way to work. You know, and I will say the other thing about readjusting back to your other question is, like, I had one job overseas. Those don't die. Well, I mean, technically I had a couple other jobs, but when you come home, you gotta, wife's like, God, did you do the dishes? You did it, I'm like, Jesus. You know, I want to go back to just you know, keeping air in my lungs is my main job, right? And so that's another part of that adjustment period. Sorry.
No, you're great. Great answer.
I'll touch on the positive that stayed with me. So I spent 20 years serving my country, right? And in this sea of entitlement that is today's society that we live in, where everybody is very much me. I sit on 3 nonprofit boards. I do almost 100 hours of community service every year. And that's what replaced the military for me. Like, I spent all this time serving my country, so now I serve my community. And that was my biggest takeaway, was being selfless, working for others, working with others, in those aspects. I mean, when you go to third world countries and see how other people live, you know, people complain to me about America or the economy, and I get so hyped up. I'm like, do you own a washer and dryer? Yes. Then you're the richest person I know. Because when I was in Honduras building schools and churches for, you know, the second poorest country in the nation, they're washing their clothes in the river, and I don't see you washing your clothes in Lake Erie. So, you know, you just kind of don't want to hear that stuff, and, you know, that sense of humility and how fortunate I am to be here.
Yeah.
My takeaways.
For me, the military was everything to me. I mean, everything that I do now comes full circle. I left the military out of the Air Force in 2009. I've done an array of different, you know, positions in my life, from substance abuse to mental health. I was a probation officer, and then everything kind of led me right back to what I'm doing right now, is serving veterans on the education side where I work. So, I mean, military, the camaraderie, I can tell my wife all the time. She was in a sorority, and I said, you'll never know what this is. I tell people at my job, I said, I feel the most comfortable when I walk into a VA or Veteran Service Commission. I feel like I'm right back at my unit. That's how much the military means for me. I mean, just, you know.
It's kind of like a fraternity, right?
It is.
There's a lot of, you know, nonsense and tomfoolery like that.
But at the same time, you know, where I work at a community college, you know, when people are just getting out of the military, they don't know what to do, I talk to them, I say, this area right here, your perimeter is your space right here. This is for us to use. So if you need to come in and unwind, I understand what that means. When you're 23, 24 years old, you have access to a lot of things in the community. And again, everything for me comes back full circle, because I'm serving those same people, those veterans that need the help that I needed when I got out. So again, that's what it means for me.
I actually want to take a stab at answering this myself, because this is kind of my group of veterans, the ones I served with. Max said it, and I remember when I was getting out, and I was talking to my former battalion commander at the time, and he said, what are you doing when you get out? And I said, I'm going to college. And he goes, you nervous? And I said, yeah, a little bit. He started laughing like I told him some sort of really funny joke. And he said, well, what do you have to be nervous about? He goes, anytime you get nervous about something, just ask yourself a question. How many bullets are flying and how many people are dying? And if the answer to that question is, yeah, that's happening, okay. Be concerned. Other than that, if there's no bullets flying and there's nobody dying, what in the hell do you have to be afraid of? He goes, and what's not fair to veterans is that, with the exception of maybe a few days in your life, getting married, having kids, something like this, everything for the rest of your life is going to be anticlimactic. And that's a problem, and I think that's what leads veterans to trying high-risk behavior, trying drugs, trying different things that are a danger. And as Sarah said, you know, we're all extremely busy. We don't have just like one job. I sit on a number of boards. We're trying to bring, is it the 13th Gold Star Memorial to Lorain County? You know, Ryan, myself, Kimberly's on the board. Sarah has been unbelievably supportive. You got to find something to do with your time, because if you don't, you get bored. If you get bored, then bad things happen. So when you've lived in a place where you could get blown up, all of a sudden now you have to kind of fill that with other things to do. And that's sort of a danger for, I think, this generation of veterans. And one other thing I want to say, after working with veterans for about 15 years, is if you look at veterans that from World War II to today, 11%, I believe it was, of the nation served in the military during World War II. That's down to under 2%. Under 1% has been deployed to a combat zone. I have worked with a lot of veterans from the Vietnam era. The vast majority of those, and this is just from my perspective, I'm not saying I have any statistics to back this up, I would say about 90% of those Vietnam veterans that have been to Vietnam were there for 12 months or less. 12 months or less. You start taking, my tour in Iraq was almost, it was above 14 and under 15, I don't remember, months. And I'm the exception in a lot of ways, because a lot of this generation, more and more and more and more service is being packed into fewer and fewer and fewer people. So why their survival rates are a lot higher than what they were in the past, their wounds, both physical and invisible, are higher now. So just something I kind of wanted to also answer that question, since this is my group. Let me see. I got lost on what I wanted to say now. Oh, yes. And this is important because we talked to the other guys about this, and that is your ability to keep in touch with the people you served with. Now, when we talked to the Korean and the Vietnam, really not a lot of contact. What I want to ask you guys is, with the rise of social media, electronic communication, how in contact are you with people that you served with? Max, you?
Every single day. So there's a group of buck sergeants, and for those of you that don't know, those are guys that get promoted. As soon as my boots hit the ground, my orders got posted that I made sergeant, and that was just an administrative thing. But there's a group of us buck sergeants that all kind of got together and stayed together, and we talk on a group text every single day. I think I got 4 texts from the half dozen of them that are in a group text while I've been sitting here. So it's been really good, and so yeah. But then again, some of my senior leadership I haven't talked to in years, and just kind of, yeah.
Sarah?
I'm a really busy person. You know, about 18 years into my career, I was done. Those last 2 years were really hard, and I was kind of in a position where I was happy to walk away and be retired and say I'm done. I do keep contact with one of my best friends who joined the military with me. We've known each other since 5th grade. We went to basic together, we went to the Middle East together, and that bond will never be broken. But then my one really good girlfriend from my medical group that I retired from. So I did cross-train. I did not feel like body bagging people anymore, and hopped over to medical 6 years in. We're actually going camping together at the end of July, so we still keep in contact, even though we're 3.5 hours away from each other.
It's been easier over the last few years, but I know when I first got out, I mean, to kind of age myself, as Jacob always makes a joke about it.
I hadn't done that yet today.
Internet was just kind of starting, so there was no Facebook or Twitter and all those types of things. So if you didn't have a phone number and they moved to another unit, you couldn't find them. So there are some buddies that I found recently that we're reconnecting with, but yeah, it's just kind of a work in progress from my generation that went in.
What, as far as suicide goes, I know I can name a couple of the people that I served with. Do you have any people that you know that you served with that have done that?
I don't know, just because, again, the contact, so I'm not sure of anybody that is close to me having those issues or even went through that from my side.
From my base, yes. From my unit, no.
Max?
From my deployment, I believe there's 8 that have committed suicide in the last 10 years. Last one, year and a half ago. And some of the folks that I don't keep in touch with, we always joke like, hey, we'll see you at the next funeral. Again, dark humor.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been an issue. I think we've probably had 14 or 15 that have died one way or another, overdose, suicide, motorcycle accidents, stuff like that, yeah.
Do you think that is in part because of something that I guess I said earlier about more and more hazardous service and mental stress being put on this generation?
I just think it's a lot of things. And it's that lack of fulfillment when you come home, or the lack of access to get that fulfillment. It's, marriage stress, right? I have a handful of guys that came home. When they came home to an empty house. Wife had took all their money, took the kids somewhere else. They're going through. It happened to my brother. He came home from deployment and was divorced with a bank account of 0. Well, he wasn't divorced technically yet, but I think there's that. Deployment puts and that's both men and women. Husbands that have stayed home while women went forward have done the same thing. Infidelity, a lot of that has stress. I think the lack of meaningful employment and living wages, because you got to remember, when we get out, I got out, I was married with a mortgage. It's not like I got out and I can go right to school, because I got commitments and stuff like that. And so when your generation got out, right, the economy was still strong. You could fall out of the Marine Corps and fall into Ford Motor Company with a union job and
That's
a living wage
yeah.
and have medical care, and the steel industry was still good, and
Yeah.
a lot of those things they kind of inform a lot of it. So, and then you couple all that with what I believe, and I'm sorry to say this, but I believe we do a disservice by calling every single person a hero. So this guy who's allegedly a hero now can't pay his mortgage, he can't support his kids, he has no health care, he has no job, no access, and no hope, right? And sometimes they just, they don't see a way out of it.
What a question I asked Korea for their perspective, and then yesterday Vietnam, and I want to ask this question today is, none of us were alive at the end of the Vietnam War, at least up here on stage. But we're all veterans, and we all have an understanding based on talking to our older brothers and sisters what the Vietnam veterans went through. What are your thoughts about how they were treated, and what has that done for generations of veterans that have come after them? We'll start over here.
From what I understand, again, coming in the 90s, besides Desert Storm, the last major battle before that was the Vietnam War. So just getting perspectives from my uncle and other family members or friends, they didn't have the best treatment due to a lot of the landscape, political and all that. They weren't treated a lot of them weren't treated fairly or in a positive way. Even with a lot of the military services as well. I mean, for a time, a lot of the military services that are out here now for veterans, which are better, got a bad rap from the Vietnam veteran folks there. I think it's come a long way, but from what I remember, it wasn't a positive perspective from a lot of those folks who came back and had to face a lot of the issues that were going on here stateside and all that. So, yeah.
I mean, the issues have been going on long before Vietnam. Vietnam was that political landscape where so many people disagreed with the conflict that they let that overtake them and treat these veterans poorly when they came home. But I know my grandfather was World War II, and he wouldn't speak of it. There was no VA health care for him or anything. My grandmother sent my grandfather to electric shock therapy. My grandfather was an alcoholic. You know, he eventually did quit later in life, but where was the VA then, right? So, like, you know, we talk about Vietnam is where we finally started recognizing PTSD. It sure was ignored prior to that. You know, so you almost should be thankful to the Vietnam vets, because I think it kind of woke something up in society that we did need to take better care of people. We have better care today.
And if I may say before I get to you, I worked in a position out in Cleveland where we had to identify homeless veterans and trying to help them get off the street, get benefits and things like that. The sentiment was the same. Most of them that I worked with were Vietnam veterans. So that generation of people actually brought to light a lot of the issues that were going on with the VA, because a lot of them, you had to convince them to get back to the VA, because maybe back in 1979 or whatever, their treatment and how they were treated as far as getting medical care and all of that was different than 2011 when I met with them. So just kind of getting them, bridging that gap there was important.
The VA has come a long way. I think there's no doubt about it. I think you asked a question about keeping in touch and connectivity before, and then and this is not a political statement, so please don't take it this way, but the balance of power shifted, like to people with the digital kind of age, right? So the information, the internet, the online journalists have done a lot to expose some of the sins of the VA and bring to light what the ones that came before us went through. And that asymmetrical, like the power imbalance where it was the federal bureaucrats that held all the power and it was the VA versus the veteran, that is now kind of shifted, right? And I think a lot of that has to do with that. And that being said, like the Vietnam veterans, they paved the way, and they really took it on the chin so that we didn't have to. And so yeah, that kind of is where kind of all-encompassing where I land. I think a lot of what has to, the reason why we have the services we have today for our generation is because others didn't.
And what I want to ask you guys a real quick question. Are you all associated with the VA in some way, shape, or form?
Yes.
I know you are, but I'm just asking the question.
There was a guy by the name of Jacob Smith that hounded me for 6 years
8, but who's counting?
to get associated with the VA.
So how long, from the date of your discharge to when you got associated with the VA, what's that length of time?
It was a number of years.
Ballpark.
I probably would say 8 to 9.
Sarah?
Less than that, because I had better knowledge. So
8.
8. So this sounds like a lot of time, but for those of you that were here yesterday, do you remember the answer, Snoopy that was sitting here? He's been with the VA for a little less than 20 years. 18 comes to mind. 18 years is what he said. Now you think about that. He got out of Vietnam in 69. He got out in 71. So essentially, he went 30 years with no association with the VA. And I, myself, was told by the colonel that I mentioned earlier, he said, your last order is to register with the VA. So for me, it was like 2 months, right? but look at that, and that improvement is not really recognized a whole lot, that Vietnam veterans, 20, 30 years, right? Dan Level, who was here on Monday or Tuesday, has never been associated with them. Sorry? And when was he in? He got out in 71. So you see the improvement is coming.
So if I could add to that, the PACT Act passed, what, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
So technically the war ended, what, two and a half years ago? So the PACT Act recognized burn pits, which I was near one. I know you were. Simultaneous to the end of the war. That PACT Act also recognized Agent Orange 50 years later. But that doesn't happen without online organizing and, Twitter and, the celebrities taking up the cause, like Jon Stewart and others, and the woman from Ohio, whose son, Sandusky, whose son died of cancer from a burn pit. But it was easier for the government to ignore it when you didn't have that access to millions of people like that.
And I think that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a constant improvement. It takes a long time for a democracy to move, but once it moves, it starts actually going. So we're seeing an improvement in our generation. And I was talking to Larry, all of you know Larry. Larry, I think, summed it up. He said, Korea and World War II, veterans look at it as like, I'm not owed anything, I've not owed anything. Vietnam said, they're going to screw me anyway, so why even try? And this generation's like, okay, I need to document every single splinter I get so that the VA can take care of me. So there's something to kind of be said for that. Let me ask you this. If you could go back in time, and I'm going to ask you the exact same question I asked Dan Level on Tuesday, and for those of you that are here, if you could go back in time and talk to 18-year-old Sarah again, would you advise her to go into the Air Force, or would you advise her to make a better decision and go into the United States Army?
He's got jokes today, doesn't?
Whatever you say, boss.
Remember, Army stands for Air Force rejected me yesterday.
Hey. That is
really a Marine yet. We can use
no,
that one.
no, but that is not. It was just Father's Day. You don't talk to Daddy like that. You don't.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know
that's
who
exactly
the father
right.
of the Air Force
Hey.
is. It's the Army.
Hey,
Thank you
and
very much.
Air
Always
Force,
looking down
right?
on you.
Ain't it rough flying over real combat engagements?
Yes. Yes.
By the way, I was deployed to Hawaii twice.
Deployed. Air quotes.
Right.
This is what we do.
Anyways, I 100%, to answer your question, would still do it all over again. Despite the ups and downs, despite September 11th and the direction my life took me in, I wouldn't take away anything I learned, the core values I received, the things that you learn in the military that just, hey, aren't taught on college campuses. How to be on time, how to dress appropriately, like basic stuff. I wouldn't trade that experience in for anything. I'd do it all over again.
Let me ask you this. JD or your daughter comes up and says, Mom, I want to join the military.
It better be the Air Force or Space Force or you're not allowed.
So one of the corporations.
Yes, one of the corporations. At least we can have fun with each other.
Yeah.
Right. Or you could join the Coast Guard and check fishing licenses, right?
There you go.
Right. Hey, I'm sorry, you have one too many walleye. I'm kidding. No, yes, I would not change a thing. The Army is the greatest fighting force the world has ever known, and I'm just happy to have been a small blip on the radar of her long and storied history.
I should have let you go last because he's definitely going to respond to that. Anyway, let's just move on. You don't need to answer that.
The few, the crowd.
Would not change a thing. Contrary to the Army, the Marine Corps is the greatest fighting force that's ever been known to mankind. No disrespect. I honor the Army.
Do you know the greatest amphibious assault that ever happened?
Oh, yeah, that was D-Day.
Was
wasn't it?
D-Day, and not a single Marine was there.
Oh, we were doing other things. Guadalcanal. I mean, we were other places. But no, it actually, if I talk to my 18-year-old self, I would say stay the course. There's going to be ups and downs. You're going to turn left when you should turn right, but it still shaped me to who I am today, so no, I wouldn't change a thing. And if my daughter came to me and said, I want to join the military, I'm actually in the opposite. It's either Marine Corps. I'll take the Air Force because there's a career path there, but that's it. There's Marine Corps is first. If she said I'd join the Marine Corps, my wife would be upset about that, but I love those blues.
I can't tell you how many girls I was in basic training with who were daughters of Army and Marine Corps dads, and their dads said no, Air Force.
Right.
The let me see where we're at here time-wise. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's just one more question. What can the public and/or government do to better support veterans, and what are your thoughts when people come up to you and go, "Oh, thank you for your service"? So who wants to go? Well, let's let the lady go first. She hasn't gone first yet.
When people thank me for my service, I always just respond with a simple, it was an honor and a privilege. I mean, I don't need to be thanked. And I find that very interesting all the time, but I respect the comment, tell people it was an honor and a privilege, and move on. The other half of what people can do better. Oh.
How much time do
People
we have?
or
I
the
don't know.
people or the government. I mean,
The government? Oh, I mean, I have a list. We really don't want to get into it.
that's fine.
I have a list. Max can go.
Oh, you want the last shot,
He
don't
wants
you?
the last
You
one.
say he needs to say something.
What was the first question? I'm sorry.
What do you think about people thanking you for your service, and what can people and/or government or colleges, in your case?
I definitely respect anyone that comes up to me and says thank you for your service. I understand it can be a lot, especially when you're coming up to Memorial Day or Veterans Day or things like that. But I do say, thank you for, mentioning that. What I think the government can do better is working with veterans in transition.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing that, for me, was an issue back in the 90s during peacetime, but even more so now. We have access to a lot of things on the web that we can all say veterans can link to, but we know us. When we get overwhelmed with so much data and so much information, a lot of times we do nothing. And that could be a problem with somebody coming out of the military, whether they have a family or not, they're trying to get into school or whatever, looking for resources or whatever, is giving them the right access to the information before they separate, so that when they separate, they know where Veteran Service Commission is, they know where the VA is and things like that. There's been countless people that have passed the Veteran Service Commission, which has all the service flags up, get to our college, and I ask them about, hey, have you talked to anybody from Veteran Service Commission? No, where is that? You literally passed it. So to me, that is a small issue where if they get this knowledge before they get out, then they have the empowerment to, have the phone numbers, contacts, or whatever. So that's my biggest takeaway.
Well, I want to thank all of you.
I don't
Oh,
do-
I'm sorry.
What the hell, man?
Yeah, I apologize.
We're supposed to be the friends up here.
I know. Kimberly, hey, Sergeant First Class back there grading us, so be careful.
Right. So I tend to take a different approach because I'm a goofball. My kids will tell you that. They say, thank you for your service, and I look at them and say, thanks for paying me. And then they look at me, I'm like, you paid your taxes, right? And they're like, oh, yeah. That's 9 times out of 10 the approach I take. I try to lighten the mood because, we're not big, scary animals. We're just real people like everyone else. Unless you're a Marine, then it's a different story. What can we do better? That's a long and loaded and oftentimes political question that I won't touch. But if you're a lawyer, find a vet that wants to be a lawyer and mentor him. If you own a small manufacturing facility, hire a vet and pay him a wage, right? That he can support his family on, because most vets have families. Create a society that leaves no one behind. Read, vote, live up to the ideals that we fought for. I think that, and take care of one another. find a friend that has a different political view than you. Go out to lunch with them. That's how you. That's how you.
That's fun.
That's how you honor a vet, right?
Well, and I'll say this, and to kind of build on what he's saying, I heard someone one time say, "Be an American that's worth dying for," right? Live your life in such a way that makes the sacrifice of those who have served and ultimately those that have died worthy of their sacrifice to the country. Definitely vote, that kind of thing. I got to tell you, I see, well, hold on, let me say this. What Max said as far as hiring a veteran, definitely. And one of the things that this lady kind of pushed our service commission to do, and it's on our website, is we have a lot of people come up, well, I don't know how to help a veteran. How can I help a veteran? And so on our website in Lorain County, if you're a Lorain County veteran-owned business, you're on our website. So if you want to help a veteran and you want to honor service and you look at our website, oh, there's a veteran-owned business. Call them to cut down your tree. Call them to make your award. Those kind of things. It's the small things that you can do that doesn't really cost you any more money than what you're already going to spend. It's just about thinking kind of ahead. Where the United States is going to go in the next 20 to 30 years as far as veterans benefits go, you know, it's hard to say, right? For those of us in the business, we kind of see things going in certain directions, which I could talk to you about for 2 to 3 hours, but we're not going to do that today. That's not what we're here for. But just stay cognizant. Stay ready to understand what's going on and how, and always be on a path to looking at how you can help. That being said, does anyone have anything before we open up to questions?
Can I add one other thing? So one of the missions that we had in Afghanistan, there was a Loyola Jirga, which is a Dari term for a big meeting of folks that make decisions, and then there was an election. We were part of the security apparatus for the Afghan national election in 2012. The Afghan national election in 2012 had a higher turnout than the U.S. presidential election in that same year. So vote. I don't care who you vote for. I don't want to talk about it, but vote.
All right, questions? Hey, Steve. Steve, if you guys remember yesterday, Steve was up here with us as well. Go ahead, Steve.
I want to thank you for having me yesterday. A comment on your last questions about what the government could do. Our military is focused on mission, as it should. They are the wrong people to try to help military families. Somehow, we have got to build a government organization that isn't focused on mission that can help our military families, because you folks all volunteer and you stay longer and you have families and children. And it is so important for those families to have some level of support, since you're deployed sometimes 3/4 of the year. But it cannot be the military. They are mission focused, and they should be. But we need something to help our military families.
Thank you. Got one down here.
Hi, my question is about service in general. I know we're a free country, but from the values that you all have expressed, that you gained from serving, who would not benefit from those values and understanding what that life is like? So why don't we consider as a country not requiring, but somehow 2 years of volunteer service for every citizen in the United States? I don't know how you do that, but I don't think you gain what you all have gained and said you would do it all over again unless you live it. So it's comment more than a question, but I guess I'm interested in your feedback.
You and I are kindred spirits because I've been saying this for years. So even when I was in high school, my cousin and I were in the same psychology class, and we had to create some sort of law to present to the class. And my cousin is an E9 in the Navy. My cousin George is still in. And that was what we created, that everybody post-high school should have to serve for 2 years. I went to Amherst High School, and let me tell you what happened when we presented that to the class. Oh, these snot-nosed little kids shot up. I'm not doing that. Like, just the negative opinion that some classes of people here have on the military. But I think it would fix a lot of problems we have. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Other countries do it too.
I would agree as well. I mean, I know if you were to present something like that up on, Capitol Hill, it would be
Oh, there'd be riots.
a thing, but I tend to agree. I talk to my daughter all the time. I mean, she's not undisciplined because she lives with me, but I say, a lot of the people that you go to school with need 2 years, because right now their trajectory is going to a place that is not, they're all over the place. I see you doing, they're all over the place. And what, for me, it just really honed in. To this day, 30 years, I'm coming up on 30 years from boot camp, and I'm still thinking about some of the things I did.
Thinking about making sure your bed's made and your underwear is folded the right way and your foot locker's locked and.
Not the Foot Locker part, but as
Right.
far as like the things around the house, or just small things that we can see it, but others can't see it. It's like the structure.
Are we going to find a jelly donut in your Foot Locker?
No.
Beat you by a second.
I
didn't
knew
I?
I would agree, and there's just so many ways to serve, right? I mean, we have AmeriCorps Vista,
Right.
Which is Volunteers in Service to America, where you can get student loan forgiveness. The Peace Corps,
Red Cross.
obviously,
Bring back.
the armed services, but I think being a part of something higher than yourself is something that inculcates values and might be.
And I would say there's, to be a citizen, I've always thought to be a full citizen, you have to be able to do duty to the country, right, at some point, to earn your citizenship. Thomas Paine said, what we earn too lightly, we esteem too cheaply. It is only dearness that gives everything its value. So I don't know that I would be for military service for everyone. And there's some people that just don't have that ability, physically, what have you, right? So in those cases, they would get a pass. But I would love to see what Max said. I would also love to see the Civilian Conservation Corps brought back, where those who do not want to, hold a weapon. I'm not one of those, but I can understand that. But you know what? You can go out west and work. There's in Huron, Ohio, there's stuff to be done that I was looking at a few months ago that could just require work. You can get paid for it. It would help with your college education. And you, at the end, will have felt that you have earned your citizenship. And if you earn it, and since citizenship is just given at birth, unless you served in the military or served your country in some way, you didn't earn your citizenship. And I think there's something to be said about the earning of citizenship.
To go back to the statement that was made about, you didn't know that you could be in the VA or the idea of help. And my dad was almost 90 years old before he finally, I said, I'm going to get this application, and finally I could get him to sign it. He just didn't. But it's the old adage that knowledge is power. And so you don't know what you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And, I just thank all of you, and, this was really a good week.
Any other questions that we're not seeing? Oh, we got a couple over here. Sir, you were with us in the photo yesterday, were you not?
Me?
No? Yeah.
No.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
I took the photo.
You took the photo, that's right. I knew you were. What's your question?
The impact, well, I just want to make a comment, and I was Vietnam era. That's my age, but I wasn't ever in the service. But during that time, and I'm sure it's true today, that the impact that veterans have for younger people, the seriousness, all through college, you know, I get simple advice like, what would it matter in 20 years, you know, because they had come out of battle and they have to, you know, yeah, you're right. You know, I don't have to strive for that particular level of what in class or the seriousness of it. I mean, when I got to university, like, okay, my whole department's full of veterans, or about 90% of them, and they're serious about what we're doing. They're not like they weren't like the 18-year-olds. So I'm sure that modern vets are like that. You can't harp on somebody, but you know, just say, well, this is the way we did it, or what does it matter because of this situation? So it's, you know, it's just that you're, it's unwritten, you know, it's not something you can point at. It's just kind of an older advice that people can pick up.
I appreciate that, thank you. We got a gentleman in the white shirt? Or, sorry, I didn't know who it was.
Thank you for coming today and expressing your feelings so openly. My sister was in the Navy, and she would say her experience was good, some bad. I wish she were here to talk as a woman, female discrimination. But the Navy put her through the medical school, and so she was served her obligation. And now she's finishing her career as a radiologist at VA Stokes in Cleveland. And she's head of their breast imaging. And that's a whole nother story about how they didn't think they needed a breast imaging.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't need that. And they took them a couple years to find again. She was hired for 6 months before they'd even open the department because the head of radiology, we don't need it. They can go to Cleveland Clinic. And then Cleveland Clinic will just send us the bill. They don't need a breast imaging. So anyway, they finally got it. She's got it up and going. It's almost 3 years now, or 2.5. And her disappointment now is she has over 30% no-shows on their appointments. If you could do anything to the people you talk to, I mean, and you can't call somebody, if somebody doesn't show up at 9 o'clock, you can't call somebody from Lorraine to come into Stokes.
Right.
They can't get there to take that, you know, so there's no point in having a waiting list like that. And it's really a shame that she has 30%, a no-show rate, and I don't know whether it goes back to this, and it doesn't matter whether it's men or women, and men, a lot of men get breast cancer, and she feels bad about it, but then she gets mad because she's sitting there waiting for them to come, or when they come, it's too late to help them.
You brought up an interesting point, and for decades, not years, decades, issues that were primarily female weren't really addressed by the VA at all. A matter of fact, it wasn't till I think sometime in the 90s where they really started even having women designers and tailors that actually looked at female cuts for uniforms. Matter of fact, it was only maybe in the last 10 years that they're starting to design body armor. Body armor is traditionally designed for males, right? And it doesn't, how do I say this nicely, doesn't give extra room at the top of the chest for females. And they're just now starting to kind of come out with ballistic vests that kind of go down and in for women that are
You
bigger
said that
on
very
top.
nicely.
Yes,
You
well,
navigated
I'm
that
trying
really
to.
well, I'm just saying.
You that are a little bit bigger, yeah. The Yeah, so there's changes being made, and I believe, and your sister might know, I believe there is a van. Yeah, it's a bus that is like a women's clinic all the way through. Does mammograms, gynecology, the whole thing. So the VA is really pushing in that angle, and the reason for that is I think females now make up 17% of the military, and they expect that to rise to, they think it's going to top out at about a quarter of the military. So when you have a quarter of your military needing specific issues met, they're responding. But that only happens, and I said this yesterday about veterans not signing up for VA healthcare. If you don't sign up for VA healthcare, they won't fund it, right? If women don't sign up for VA, then they're not going to fund things that are specific to women because they don't see a need to do it. So the way to fix it is to make the need happen. But that's your area.
I mean, we could kick and scream for forever. I mean, gosh, the maternity uniforms they were awful. They were awful.
Some guy worked really hard on that.
Exactly, some guy worked really hard on that until women started working on it. I tell you guys, like 20 years of putting my hair in a bun. You know what happened after I retired, right? 3 months after I retired, they changed the regulation. Oh, you can have a ponytail or a braid. So years of breaking the hair off the back of my neck to get it all up, I was a little bad.
And tomorrow, Kimberly will be here, and Kimberly has some interesting stories about getting her DA photo taken. So maybe she'll share that with you. So, any other questions before we go? Oh, not her.
Oh.
Not her.
Hello. Could you please specify who they are that funds the VA and dictates what the VA can do?
Congress. Yeah, so, Congress, yeah. It's Congress, and then obviously the president has to sign it into law. So the best way to do that is to call your members of Congress.
Fun fact, I was just in D.C. last week, and they just passed the NDAA appropriation about
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the first of the 12 appropriations
Yeah.
that just passed.
And that happens a lot. So like when you hear government shutdown, right, and you hear this is going to hurt veterans, it's going to hurt veterans in the funding of VA service-connected disability. It could hurt in pensions. It could hurt in people reading claims. But the VA hospitals are run on a totally different budget cycle. So you don't have, unless the government was shut down for probably 10 months, you really probably wouldn't have to worry about a VA hospital ever being shut down. So.
Both me and Jacob worked for Congress at one point in time.
Yeah.
Don't hurt us, please.
We good? All right, guys, please come back tomorrow. We'll have Kimberly talk a little bit more, and we'll have Ken. So 10:30. Thanks.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is that good? Right. Okay.